Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Okay. Um, hello everybody. Welcome back to another CreamCatCorner stream. So, how is everyone doing? We're back again with Shapes. I'm so addicted to this game. Oh wait, oh god. I should have done this before. Please wait for a bit. BRB. God, where is the BRB? Sorry about that. I forgot to do something. Okay, hello. Welcome back. How are you? How are you? So, um yeah, we're back again with shapes and let's get into the game, shall we? So, last week when we played this game, I I actually um I actually wanted to do something about this. Let's see. I wanted to do something about this, but I didn't have the time to do it. So this week has been quite busy for me. Why is it not moving? Oh, okay. Okay, so this shape, right? So my goal here is to make this shape interesting. Okay. Okay, oh God. I'm already a little bit lost. So this is the purple. There's a lot of shurikens. Hello, Vigor. Hello, hello. We're back. Back again with shapes. I actually am lost. I don't remember what to do. We might see the shapes that you are stuck in. Oh gosh. Okay. Hopefully. Are you talking about the shape after this, Vigor? Oh man, I think this is doable. Yeah, we might see it because that is still in production, and yeah, it's a little bit slow. I have to say that, but we have like what four in total. Now I just need to focus on this one, the mixing and painting. But I don't know what to do right now. I'm guessing it's here. Is it here? That is pinwheel. Oh gosh. Do I even need this shape? Whatever. I hate that painting is so slow. Yeah, this one, right? Oh gosh. And the whole process too. Freaking slow as heck. That's okay. We will get there. sooner or later. Okay, I'm a little bit lost here, to be honest. I need some white pigment. Can I do it here, I guess? Because we have the purple pinwheels, which is this required by this. So we need purple pinwheel, 2 of them, and then a white circle. Oh man, this is a little bit confusing, I have to say. We have the circle here, but we don't have a lot of white pigment. We are to do it here. Okay. Okay, I can see the idea forming. We can do color mixing here between blue and green, and then put it up there and have a red. That could work. Or oh wait, we already have white. Duh, it's here. Oh, okay. Thank goodness I look at this. My god. Okay. Um Oh, there we go. Man, it's so high up. Yesterday you played Terraria Calamity mod with your friend, and you guys did 6 bosses. Ooh. And what did the mod do? Bigger. Did it add additional bosses? Okay, I think first thing first, I need to bring up this die. Bring it up. Up here. Still a little bit short, huh? Okay. Okay, this one should do the trick. Then we have to bring this white. Okay. Stacking. Speaking of stacking, right? God, okay, this is confusing. So I need this one to be on top of this, and then the resultant will be on top of this one, right? Yeah, that's how it works, but I don't remember the exact process or the exact mechanic of it. Okay, I get it. I get it. Okay, let's go. So the Calamity mod adds like 400 plus weapon, 3 plus biomes, 350 plus items. Woo, that's a hefty mod. 450 plus accessories, 20 plus bosses. Whoa, and 2 plus new mechanic and 2 new NPCs. Wow. Calamity is a huge and popular mod. I can see why. That's like a whole new game that you can add to the base game. Yo, kudos to the people that makes the mod. Uh, Stacking. I keep forgetting to do it. Okay, and then let's do. Is it the other way around? We need the. Yeah, we need the purple on the right. Oh man, this is this is confusing as heck. Um um is it the right? Ah, okay, so it is the right thing. Okay. I was what is this shape? Whatever. Also want to see a chill list you made about indie games? Sure. Sure. Maybe while we are waiting for the pinwheel shape to construct, we can see it. Okay, and then what? Oops, I want to do the stacking. This one is also very confusing. I have to do the same thing here for this top one. Meaning I have to do this. Finally, okay, we're on it, guys. We're on it. And then we just have to send it to here. Okay, things are looking up. Things are definitely looking up. Then we need to merge. No, not extraction. Merge. Yay, okay. Okay, that's how it works, right? Oh my god, this is so satisfying to see. But the fact that it is really this kind of low is really sad. Okay, whatever. While we wait for that, Let's go and have a look at what Vigor's opinion about tier list about indie games, right? Um, Let me open up this. Thank God it can run. It can still run in the background. Oh my God, can it not? Okay, whatever. Okay, let me do this. Like this. Yeah, okay. Okay, so we have like a tier list here. Okay, so this is the tier list about indie games. Okay, let me. Oh, okay. And can I? Okay, so we have Bendy the Ink. Oh my God. Okay, you can you can zoom in. Okay, Bendy and the Ink Machine. So this is the best tier possible for you, right, Vigor? I've never heard about this. Bendy and the Ink Machine. I've heard about Subnautica. In fact, I do have the game, and I was planning on playing Subnautica after I finish my PNG tubing, but I think that's gonna be delayed quite a bit. I also have played Hollow Knight, and I do agree that Hollow Knight is one of the top tier game out there due to how beautiful the games look and just how complex the whole setup is for such a simple 2D side scroller Metroidvania looking game. Henry Stickmin. I've never heard about Henry Stickmin. I've never heard about this, and I've never heard about Bendy and the Ink Machine. So you think that amongst all these four, Bendy is the best? Bendy is an awesome game. Ah, I've never heard about it. I've definitely have to go and have a look at it after this. Okay, let's have a look at the next really good tier. Uh, oh god, I don't know how to pronounce that. Duck in conception? Duck Oception. I see the exception, but not. What is this? Deception. That doesn't look like D. Dark Deception is a horror game. I see. Hello, Chris. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How are you? We are we are playing Shapes, by the way. But right now I'm still waiting for things to move on. But while we are waiting, oh god, while we are waiting, we are looking at a tier list made by Bigger about list of indie games, and apparently there are some indie games out there that I didn't really know about. Enough is the best, like this Five Nights at Freddy's. I've heard about it. I've never played it. Oh my god, all this basic. I've seen some streamers playing this. Enough is the best. Oh man, I've heard about it being. There's gonna be a television series or movie coming out about this game. You mean lore wise? Oh, Oh, there's gonna be a movie. Uh-huh. I am literally in the dark about Five Nights at Freddy's. Have you? Oh, you don't play the game. You just the lore. Well, some games are definitely like that, huh? So so Vigor, when you are putting Five Nights at Freddy's at this tier, you mean about the gameplay, right? Or are you talking about the lore or story? About gameplay. Aha, okay, I get it. Okay, let's have a look at one by one, okay? Terraria. I've played Terraria before. Maybe it's because I'm not used to that kind of game. I've never played Stardew Valley. I've never played any kind of Harvest Moon, something like that. So I'm quite at a loss as to how to play this game correctly. Maybe that's why it doesn't call to me to play it again. maybe maybe it's just because I suck at the game. Definitely, if you from the feel that I get from this game is that if you had um the ingenuity and the creativity to construct, then yes, this game is definitely the best because there's a lot of stuff that you can build, and it is unlike any other game that I've played. Just came and give you everything. Yes, yes, you did. You did, Chris. You give me like the most OP stuff possible in the game, and I literally don't know what to do. I even don't know where to find the first boss. If you know how to play Terraria plus the mods it contains, it's so good. Yes, I do agree with that. Maybe I should play Terraria again with some of y'all because you guys are definitely are more well versed in the game. Here's the thing about my playstyle, okay? Is that I refuse to look at for the games that I stream, I refuse to look at guides or at least how other people are playing it because I don't want to be spoiled. But that comes with a caveat that I really don't know how to play it correctly or optimally, which leads me being frustrated with the game. Maybe that's why. Maybe I should just bite the bullet and have a look at how other people are playing Terraria. Maybe that's why. Okay, I'll definitely have to plan things out and play Terraria again. Maybe we set up some the same server, I guess, and we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I will definitely be putting it putting the info later when I am ready to do it in the Discord server, okay? Can you request a game? Sure, Chris. Sure. Well, let's see the list first. Yes, I got distracted. Okay, Ahead in Time. Ahead in Time, I really want to play it. It seems like a charming game. I've seen gameplay of it based on the trailer and based on some short video that I've seen on YouTube. And it really does look charming, and the way that the main character interact with the other NPCs is really charming. She doesn't talk much, but the other NPC does talk. And based on the dialogue, it does seem like a really charming game. I'm not even sure if Dark Deception is really, really good if compared to this. But so far, I haven't, amongst this tier, the only game that I've played is Terraria. Spelunky. Spelunky, huh? Have I heard about this game before? I think I did. This is the roguelike game, right? Where you go and explore the cave system. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen some streamers playing it. Your childhood spelunky takes you back. You like the snatchy music and fight in Head in Time? So you have played Head in Time, Vigor. Aha, I see. I definitely wanted to play this game. It is one of my wish lists, at top in my wish list. Spelunky. I haven't played Spelunky. I've heard about Spelunky too. I'm not sure about how I would feel about this game, as I haven't played it yet. If it's too difficult, um um it might be a private game, not something that I would play on stream. Okay, Undertale. Okay, we are in the next tier, which is the good tier. Not as good as this two, but close enough. Okay, the first one in this tier is Undertale. Okay, Undertale is one of those games I've seen a lot of memes about. I know about Sans, but that's it. uh, I've known about this game because of the meme. I've seen a lot of memes made out of this game. You haven't played it, you've seen it. Are you talking about Spelunky or Undertale, Vigor? Yeah, I've I've seen a lot of Undertale, and what is the other game made from the same developer? Oh gosh, man, something from the same this. It's just a rearrange an anagram of Undertale. Do you guys know? Do you guys know about it? Oh, you are talking about Ahead in Time. You haven't played that yet. Okay. Okay, I see, I see. Man, I'm really blanking out on the other game. Whatever. But that is also another game that I've heard a lot about. It's by the same people that made Undertale. Yes, Chris? Uh I should check No Man's Sky. I did. I did check No Man's Sky, and apparently and sadly, unfortunately, I have to say that my PC cannot handle No Man's Sky. It is a really resource intensive game, and it is an open world game, right? You have to visit planets, different planets, you do some mining, but my PC is not made for it. Oh god, okay. I've heard something about in the game, but we'll see it later. But speaking of No Man's Sky, I did know about it, and I've tempted to play it, but I've seen the system requirement, and my PC apparently is not strong enough to run it. So, maybe someday after someday later in the future, when I upgrade my PC or at least my graphics card, I might play it. You don't check that stuff, you just lower your FPS cap if it lags. Here's the thing. I have like what? GTX 700 something. I don't remember, but that is like really low tier graphics card out there. So I don't think it can even go into the loading screen, even if we lower the frames. Can we go back to the list? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, here's the plan. We are going to talk about the good one, and then, well, after we finish it, we go back to the game, and then we go back to the list again. Celeste. I've heard mixed stuff about Celeste. It is a really, really, really hard platformer. I've I've seen it, but it feels like not my kind of game because seems like a really, really, really difficult platforming game, which means it's gonna frustrate me more than me enjoying the game. Okay, Fall Guys. You have GTX 1900 Super? Yo, okay. That definitely can play. Definitely can play No Man's Sky. Okay, Fall Guys. I did play Fall Guys. I have played Fall Guys. I did play Fall Guys with with a viewer. That is in the early days of my streaming. Um, yeah, I did play it. Is it good? If you like multiplayer, yes, multiplayer games, this is really good. But for me, I don't really like the chaos in Fall Guys. Uh, so it's not that my cup of tea. Shovel Knight. I've seen reference of Shovel Knight in Dead Cells. I'm not even sure if I like it. I don't have a strong opinion about Shovel Knight. So I'm not even sure if it's good or not. I have no opinion on it. Cuphead. I've seen Cuphead does really have a really charming art style. It reminds yeah, that's the point. It really reminds me of old Disney cartoon, the old Mickey Mouse cartoon. Uh and it does look charming, and it does feel like challenging enough so that it's fun, but not challenging enough that it frustrates you. I definitely have to go and have a look whether or not my PC can handle Cuphead. Stardew Valley. Yes, I've seen about this game. I haven't played it personally, but I've seen a lot of people. Um, I'm gonna plug a channel. I used to watch a lot of this YouTube called what is it? Dangerously Funny on YouTube. He used to do a lot of Stardew Valley content. And before he branched out into other content, I used to watch a lot of his Stardew Valley content. Oh, you gotta go, Chris? Okay. Have a good day, Chris. Thank you for dropping by. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, I've seen a lot of gameplay about Stardew Valley. I haven't played it personally, but I did like how the game looks. It really do look something. What's the word? It does look um unique, I have to say. And the mechanic inside the game is really good too. So that is the good tier, huh? Amongst all this, the only game that I've played is Fall Guys. So I'm not even sure what the rest of the game is, whether or not they are good or not. So I don't really have an opinion of it. But Fall Guys, I would definitely not put it in the good category. Gameplay wise, it's it's okay. I would put it in the okay category. That's my opinion. Okay, first thing first, let's go back into shapes because we are apparently into the next level. I have unlocked the storage building that allows you to store items up to a given capacity. It prioritizes the left output, so you can also use it as an overflow gate. Why would I want that? Okay, wait. Let's go have a... Oh my god! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the f... You expect me to do this? Okay, white shuriken. Stack on top of the yellow circle. Stack on top of a red shuriken. Okay, let's see. So we have this. Okay, we have this, right? Okay. But we do need... Oh my god. So basically, I cannot do it like that. I cannot do it like this. What the actual... Okay. 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 Um. Uh. Uh. Oh god. Okay. Where's the nearest pinwheel? Okay. There's the nearest pinwheel. Sorry, not pinwheel. Shuriken. Okay. Okay. Uh. You can make the hub have more input. Okay. Okay. Tell me, how does the storage hub looks? Okay. I'm not even sure how it works. How does it store? Oh, I get it. I get it. Okay. Oh my god. My god. How am I gonna do this? Okay. So I need a shuriken here. Something here. My god. Oh god, okay. White shuriken here. Right? Yeah, white shuriken goes into the right one. Stack on top to the left one. Okay, let's go. Okay. My god. My god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. You know what? While we are waiting for that, let's do this. Finish up the pipeline here. My god. And thank goodness we only need 6k of it. Oh god. Okay. My god. Okay. So here's the pinwheel. Oh, okay. Here's the question. What did I do here? Why is there this one right here? What was I thinking? Wait. So it doesn't do anything. It stops here. My god. Riri, what are you doing? What is going on with that head of yours? It really doesn't do anything, huh? Okay, interesting. So I need a shuriken and paint it red, and then you need a yellow circle and paint it yellow, which makes we're missing two colors. Oh, I do know about this shape, Vigor. I do know about this, but the question is, how do I attach it to this? Oh, wait, what? This one? No. This one? Yeah, how, I was thinking, how do I attach this? Because we do have the setup for it. We just need to add the white shuriken on top of it, which we're gonna do here. My god. I can't do every single one of them here. Can I? No. No, I can't. So basically I do have to do it in the last section here. But that's okay. I was thinking of extracting. Okay, we have purple here. So we can mix purple with like green to make white. Okay, let's. Okay, here's the plan. I'm gonna end the cycle here. Okay, and then we need to combine, converge. Converge it here. Okay, that's good. And then we need to do color mixing. Okay, I need to do multiple of it. Let's start with here. Start. I got, okay. Here. Then here, and then here. 4 should be enough. Okay, let's split into. Okay, we need 4, right? Okay, we can actually just do it like this. Okay, good. So this can be like that. Split it like this. Oh god, okay. Wrong way. Whoops. Oh, okay. Uh, sure. Okay. At least this is working. The bottleneck, I feel like it's gonna be this area. Okay, good. Now we just need to do extraction on the green part. I should do that. Oops. Limit to 8 items. Okay, whatever. And then we need to do it like this. Whoops. Splitter should do it like this. Oops, okay, okay. I was in the wrong. Should do it like this. So that we have a little bit of a working room here. Oh my god, god, okay, I did something wrong here. Whatever. Okay. It's a little bit wonky, but at least we did something. Okay, now we have a lot of white pigment. Now, the problem here is a shuriken. We have a shuriken here. Oh, okay. The shuriken is next to the blue pigment. You will look for a bit, Vigor? Okay, no worries. While I figure things how... Okay, let's see. Okay, let's have a look. I really wish I could remove this. My god. It is not even possible to do it. What is this? Oh god, okay. So we need an extraction point here. Hey, good, good. Okay, so the problem here is here. So basically I have to do the split while also do the painting one. Nope, not like that. Yeah, I think I need to do some stagger, meaning like this. And like this. Like this. Not even sure if this is gonna work or not, but we are gonna try. Okay, so far so good. Everything, the pigment is doing fine. And we need to do split. Oh, okay, I can do this. I keep forgetting to do this. Meaning that if the production stop, it does do its job, still do its job. Okay, that's really nice. Okay, things are definitely looking up. You're back. How the shape goes? It's going. It really, it's going. Really going. We have the white shuriken. So now I just need to converge them all into a single line so that we can go here. Combine it here. Really close now. Okay, where is it? This one? Yeah, this one. Interesting. Now that it's empty? Interesting. The storage really does help us, huh? Okay, now let's do it like that. My God, okay. Oof, okay. I was afraid this gonna happen, but whatever, we're gonna do like this. Let's do tunnels. Okay, I want to converge somewhere in the middle here. No, this one. This one is the best one. Yeah, this one. In the most right, the best one because it goes up there. Okay. I see. Let's converge. Where is it? Like this. And put it like that. And then who else? Who else? Hmm. Okay, now we just need to bring it up. Shall we watch the rest of the stream? I will definitely do that in a bit, bigger, while I set this thing up. Okay. Now I just need the tunnel going. Okay. Now let's see if it really works or not. Please tell me it works. Oh my god, yes, it works. Please tell me it works. It freaking worked! Yes! Yes, oh my god, yes. Yes, yes! Okay, it's a little bit slow. I have to give it that. Really slow, in fact. Oh god, but it works. Okay, whatever. Um, Man, there's a lot of backup here, huh? My god, and there's only one of them. Oof, big oof. You know what? The Hurricane one is a little bit slow, huh? Or is it? And what is the backup here? It's the stacking. Of course, it's the stacking. Okay, okay, wait, bit bigger while I try to increase the flow rate of all this somehow. Okay, I can do another one here. In fact, I can do two. You know what? Let's do storage here, shall we? Okay, that's good. Then another storage here. My god. Hopefully this is the right thing to do. Storage. Let's put it a little bit behind. I should have put it on top. Whatever. Uh, and then we need stacking, right? Stacking. The purple one is on the right. The white one is on the left. Okay. Oops. Okay, let's see. Okay, so that one is done. Can I do this? I can. Okay. Okay, that's good. Really good. Then let's do stacking again here. Okay, okay. Now we just need to converge. Put it here. Nice. Okay. That should speed things up. Okay, let's have a look at the list. While we are waiting for this, let's go to the hub. Okay, let's... Okay, there we go. Okay, so we have seen the list of the best, really good, and good. Next on the list is good. Okay, the okay list. Don't Starve. I've seen it played. I've seen the gameplay of it. I'm not sure I would like the game. Mostly because it is a survival based game and you need to play with other friends, with other people to make it enjoyable. Here's the thing about me. I don't have a lot of friends to play the game with. So that's why I really prefer to play single player games. So I don't get me wrong, I don't think it is impossible to play alone, but it would surely be much more fun if you had friends to play this kind of game with. So for me, I would put Don't Starve a little bit meh or meh. I would put it in meh. I'm not even... The art style looks cool. That's it. I don't really like the mechanic of it that much. Five Nights at Freddy's. Five Nights at Freddy's is a horror game, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen some snippet of gameplay of it. Um, I, I didn't I didn't know a whole lot about the lore. So apparently, yes, it's not just Chris that really likes the lore of Five Nights at Freddy's. People, a lot of people, um, let, for example, at Twitter or Imager, a lot of people really like Five Nights at Freddy's. So much so that they are really releasing a movie about this game. That shows something about the game. Okay, about Baldi's Basics next. I've seen this game before. It is a horror game. I have to say it is a horror game. It doesn't look like a typical horror game, but the basic mechanic of it is that you play in this classroom setting, a school setting, and you have to go from one classroom to another while collecting certain objectives. Um, while being chased by Baldi, and there are some mechanic inside the game that can alert Baldi's, and basically, it is a horror game. I wanted to play Baldi's Basic, but I've never come around to play it yet. The graphics are really like early 2000, late 90s educational vibe, CD CD vibes. That's what I get from Baldi's Basic. Yeah, it's horror. FNAF. Okay. We have FNAF 1, 2. Whoa, what the holy shit. I didn't realize that Five Nights at Freddy's have a lot. You have FNAF 1, FNAF 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, sorry. For Halloween, Sister Location, Pizzeria Simulator, Ultimate Custom Night, and Security Bridge. What's the one with the Glamrock Freddy? Is it Glamrock Freddy? I only know about Glamrock Freddy because a lot of people post a lot of art about security breach. I've heard about Glamrock Freddy. Not a lot of others. Okay, what is this game? Shani? My god. What is that? I don't have a lot of experience with this game. You have seen it, but you don't know a lot. I'm not even sure how to pronounce this. It looks like Shanie? Shani? I don't know. I don't have an opinion about this game. Helltaker. Helltaker. Oh my god. Okay, Delta Rune. Delta Rune is the one that is Undertale cousin. The same developer. Delta Rune. That's the one. Sorry about that. Helltaker, I've never played it. I've never heard about it. So I don't have a strong opinion of it, basically. Helltaker is the same. You have seen it, but you don't know a whole lot of it. Bigger. Interesting. I see, I see. I'm not that familiar with this game, so I'm gonna abstain from saying anything about the game. I've never heard about it before. Okay, so that is the okay tier. Next, we go to the meh tier. Hypno Space Outlaw. I've never heard about this game before. Uh, okay, based on the cover art, um, I'm gonna say it is a really, really, oh god, I want to say beat rate, but that's not the right word. What does it call again? 8-bit, something like that. It looks like 8-bit art. Really, really pixelated artwork. Maybe it's good, maybe it's not. I'm not even sure. I've never had experience with the game before. Okay. Untitled Goose Game. I've seen this game. I've watched people played it before till the end. At least the basic objective of the game, and it looks really charming. In fact, I really, really, really love this game. It's really fun. I've never played it, but I've seen other people play it, and it's really fun. I would put it really high actually. I would put this like maybe somewhere in the middle of good, or at least the end of really good. Here's the thing about Untitled Goose Game is that it is an experience. Once you play it, you will never get that experience again. It's annoying, Vigor. That's the whole point. That's the whole point, Vigor. It is supposed to be annoying. The goose is, spoiler, is supposed to annoy other people. The whole point sucks. I really do like it. It's supposed to be annoying. Have you interact with real life goose before? They can be annoying as hell. I mean, they do have a little hell engine inside their body. So they like to harass people. So they really en- they really capture the whole annoying goose thing into the game. So I have to give credit to the developer. And so far, yeah, I really do love the game, so I would put it really high. Rocket League. Okay, this is also one of those games that I've heard a lot of before. I've seen people play it a little bit, but I don't really like Rocket League, mostly because that again, it's a multiplayer game. I don't have a lot of friends to play games with. So yeah, I don't really like Rocket League. Or if I have to say, 99% of the time, if it's a multiplayer games that I don't have people to play with, I'm gonna get bored of it really soon. I'm not a competitive person. So yeah, multiplayer games really does sucks the fun out of any game I've encountered. Cars that play soccer, it just makes no sense. I mean, it does look fun, but it's not my cup of tea, basically. I know some people really love this game. Like, really, really, really love it. Okay, hello neighbor. Okay, hello neighbor. Is this the one that is about um the one that took pill to stay happy? Oh my god, I'm not even sure. It is a horror game, right? I'm not even sure about this game. But if it is true that you have to like what you used to take pill and then the pill wear off and you have to be you were being chased by your neighbors. If that is that game, then I would say that this game really do look interesting. I would put it like maybe in the middle of okay, middle to end of okay. It does look good, but I've heard people say that the gameplay is a little bit lacking. I'm not even sure. Okay, next we have Dead Cells. Okay. I really like Dead Cells. Not as much as other games that I've played on stream. Um it does it does have it does have its charm. The way that they include other series, other game into its game, and the fact that they have a lot of DLCs, a lot of content, means that you are basically uh it's a continuous update from this developer. So you have a lot of content to play, and the gameplay loop is really good actually. I might have to revisit this game before after this soon. I don't know when, but from the time that I had with the game, it really does seem fun. So I would put it top of good, top of good. Yeah, top of good or end of really good. In fact, no, I gonna put it second, second last of really good, in between in this area, because I really had fun with it. The art style looks really good, but it just like that I don't know, maybe it's because I never played it till the end, that the story really does, I don't know, you don't get the closure that you need out of the game. I don't know. That's what I feel about this game. So that is meh. So only if I've played this game that sells. Let's see the last focus. You gotta go. Okay, sure, we'll do. The last one is the bad one. Okay. To be honest, I've never played any of this game. I've never played Deltarune, Doki Doki Literature Club, Isaac, Binding of Isaac, right? Spooky House. I've heard about Deltarune. I've heard about the Isaac, Binding of Isaac. I've heard about Doki Doki Literature Club, but I've never heard about Spooky's House. It doesn't look very fun, so I do agree. It does look bad, but you can't judge a book by its cover, to be honest. Isaac, I uh I'm not sure about how I feel about Binding of Isaac. It doesn't scream to me to play the game. I don't know. I just don't feel the vibe. I don't feel the vibe of this game. Same goes with Deltarune. I've heard a lot of great things out of Undertale and Deltarune. It's just that I never played it before, and I don't really inclined to play it anytime soon. Doki Doki Literature Club. I've heard really, 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 really great things about this game. In fact, I might stream this game because it seems like one of those game that looks uh boring at first, but based on what other people say that you really have to play it to experience it, makes me want to really play it. I don't know. If I stream Doki Doki, don't expect you to arrive. Well, that's okay, Vigor. But I don't know. It does look really good. It's just I don't know. Some people really had high praises for this game. I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure if I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I might I might stream it. I might not stream it. I'm not even sure. But yeah, so that is the list that we've seen from Vigor. Overall, there's a lot, really a whole lot of these games that I haven't played it myself. But yeah, if I have to say, yeah, Subnautica really does. Uh, I do agree because the game looks stunning, and I can't wait for me to play the game because the way how it looks in the trailer of this game on Steam, it really does look amazing. I wonder if my PC can handle it, but I did look at the system requirement, and it does seem like my PC can handle it. Fingers crossed that my PC can handle it. Oh my god. If my PC can't handle it, then I just have to put it in the backlog. Hollow Knight, yes, I do agree. Hollow Knight does. If I have to say, it is one of the higher tier one. But where's Hades? Bigger. Where's Hades? I would put Hades as the top game, top indie game that I've played. You gotta go. Okay. Thank you for dropping by, Vigor. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, I would put Hades at the very top of this list. Really, really high because I really do enjoy playing Hades. Ton and ton and ton of replayability. You have a beginning, in the middle, and the climax of the story, and then an ending, an actual ending to the game, to the story basically. And I can't wait for the sequel to come out. I wonder when. We did get the last December, right? So the last December we did get a trailer for Hades 2. I was wondering when it's gonna come out. I thought the beta was gonna be released in 2023, but I'm not even sure if they are gonna release it this year or next year. But anyway, I had really high expectation from Supergiant Games. They really do produce a really good game. My experience being Hades, I haven't played Transistor yet, but that is also one of the game that I really wanted to play. So yeah, that's my opinion of it. Overall, uh, about this list, I do semi agree with it. Some I would put much higher. That Cells, for example, and Untitled Goose Game. Yeah, I would put it a little bit higher. So that is the tier list. I should so maybe next week I would I would play tier list, huh? While we are waiting for the game for the ships to do its job. We'll see how it goes. Okay. Oh my god. I'll be right back because I want to take my water bottle. BRB. Please hold. And we're back. Okay, so while we are waiting for this, we should. Oh god, okay, where is it? We should figure out a way to do this shape. Oh god, the biohazard sign looking stuff, like an umbrella. My god, and I still need this, huh? Okay, whatever. Man, we really had only one. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna experiment. Uh, I'm gonna experiment by doing this. Stacking, right? Put it here. Okay, it works. Okay, and then I need to split this to several. Oh wait, okay, I keep forgetting. I shouldn't do the split. Should do this. And then we need to do stacking here. Okay, there, okay. Hopefully I'm doing the right stuff here. Okay, okay. Tunnel. I need tunnels. Whoops. Okay, and then we need something here. Stacking here. Okay, okay. Progress. We're making progress. Yes, yes. Okay, okay, nice. Now we have a lot of things going on here, so things production should increase. So now tree, every tree of those shape, there's gonna be one of those this shape. So that's good. This one is really near the end, so I'm not that worried. What is quad cutter? I'm guessing this one is gonna be useful in the production of this shape. I'm guessing. Man, the mixing and painting is really, really slow, huh? Man, we have a lot of those white shapes, huh? White circle. Hmm. Okay, where is this? Okay. So the white shape, okay. Purple. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, it seems like it's lagging. It's lagging quite a bit. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Low quality map resources. Low texture. This will make game very ugly. How ugly? It doesn't look that ugly. What? Okay, whatever. That's gonna save on my DC performance, so that's good. Yeah, I wish I could do something about this. Can we do this? Do you think? Or is it redundant? It's redundant, I feel like. Whatever, I guess. Now we just have to wait, huh? Whoa, this is really as maximum as possible in this area. So the bottleneck is always like what? The coloring and the stacking. Even stacking, I don't think we are facing any problem whatsoever with stacking. It's always the production side that is having a little bit of a problem. Interesting, interesting. Where can we make more purple? Because I feel like we are a little bit short on purple. I mean, we have a lot of this. We have a lot of reds and we have a lot of blues. So surely we can do something about it. Okay. Interesting. It does move, but it's moving quite slowly. Interesting, interesting. Okay, can we do it like this? I feel like we can. Split. Oh wait, no, not split. Yeah. Now we just need a purple. Which one? Oh dang, okay. I need to combine colors first. Can I even do this? Do you guys think? Well, one thing for sure, let's try. Eh. But, is it color combine? Yes, this one is color combine. Oops. Okay. Then we converge. Okay, that's good. That's good. We're making progress. Does it increase? Okay, it does. It does work much faster. Okay, that's good. That's really good. Ah, it can stack. Okay. So the problem is still the same. It's the stacking. Stacking is a bottleneck in the whole production. Okay, I see. I see. I see. Okay, while we wait for that to do its job, let's do something about this. Okay, and then what? Then like this. Sure. Let's have a look at that. Oh my god, I hope I'm doing the right thing. Oh no, okay, 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 I see, I see. That's the wrong step to do. Okay, we should do something in the middle here. So that we can do the split right about here. Okay. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. How did you manage to come out? Hello? Now all I need to do is make the blue come out here. My god, this is this is really complicated, huh? Okay. Can we do a split here? Do you guys think? Split here? Interesting. Whoops. Interesting. I can't do it like that. But I can do it like this. Uh-huh. Okay. Yes, yes. Whoops, wrong wrong direction. Okay. Then we need to do some storage. Storage. Is this the right? Okay, this one. Hey, yeah, things are moving. Definitely moving. Okay, now we just need to move this tunnel here. Then put some widget here. Okay, yeah, things are moving. Things are definitely moving. Man, even after all that, still have an excess of white circle. Somehow the white circle is really, really productive, huh? Interesting. I mean, look at this setup we have. Look at how efficient it is. No wonder it can produce a lot of white circle. Interesting, we have only 4. So technically we should have a ton of this pinwheel too. But then again, in order for me to do that, we need to have like what, 8 of those purple pinwheel. So we have 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is not gonna work. I still need to use the splitter one, huh? Okay, at least this is looking really good. Interesting. Not as slow as I thought, huh? Still a little bit slow, but not as slow as... Can we increase? We have ton of purple. Okay, so now the bottleneck is the production of the pinwheel. Okay, we can make another one. So how to do this? How to do this? Oof, okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. Now we just need to do something about this, huh? Okay. Extraction. So we have 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so each 2 of this belongs to one of this. This. Okay, and then we need to converge. We need to do it 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah. Okay, okay. That's really, really good. Yeah, things are definitely moving now. It's not as fast as I would like, but yeah, at least things are moving, so that's good. Let's have a look here. Yeah, things are definitely moving. Now, I just have to figure out a way to do this. I need to implement more of stacking. Because we have a ton of white circle. We need at least double the production of purple pinwheel. Because we would definitely need like what? A whole lot more. Okay, you know what? Let's go. Let's figure out a way to do such. Hmm. This can be potential to do. Okay. There's no backup. Things are moving, right? Okay, let's do split. Split it here. Paint. Paint here. Split. Okay. Okay. The right side production line is good. Now we just have to do the same for this one. Problem here is how to do it. I can put it somewhere around here, right? Is it possible to do that? Yeah, I think it is possible. Then we do split. Okay, these two are doing much better. So let's have storage, another storage here. Then we do a split. Then converge. Okay, things are definitely moving. Somehow the one on the right is doing much better than one on the left. Why is that so? We have two of this purple. We have like 1, 2, 3. We have 3 purples here. Should be stronger on this side. Interesting. Oh, sorry, not 3, 2. Wait. Yeah, it's not 3, it's 2. 1. Oh my god, I'm a little bit confused. Okay, so 1, 2. Wait, no. Okay, so the one that goes into the left one is 1, 2, 3. Uh-oh. It's lagging. Oh my god. That's okay. We do have a little bit of a backup here, huh? Do I need to increase production on this side? Do you guys think? I think so. Because apparently we have a ton of it on this side. And we also have a lot of purple here. You know what? Why not? Gonna be a lot here, but we can do another. Okay. I see. Uh Storage. Another storage here. Oops, okay, paint. I don't think this is gonna be useful, so I'm just gonna change it into this real quick. Okay, so far things are definitely moving. Same goes with this. I really don't need that. Okay, things are definitely moving again. Let's have a look here. We have a lot of this. Really, really a lot. We can split here. Yeah, let's do a split or split here. Yeah, let's do a split here. Or is it this one? You know what? I'm gonna do it here. Oh wait, I need I need a lot more, huh? Oof. Okay. We need to split this into two more. We have one here. Another one should be around here. Yeah, sure. I keep forgetting that I need to stack it twice. Stack, the first stack here is this one. Second stack should be around here. And do this. Then what? And then what? Converge. Okay. Definitely moving. Oh my god. No, it's the wrong. No. God dang it. It's the wrong stuff. Oh my god. It's the wrong stuff. My god. Uh, how to fix this? The white one should be on the main. Gotcha. My god, how could I? There we go. A little bit confusing there, but things are moving, so that's fine by me. We have like one, two, three. Yeah, we have three output, so it should be fine. I feel like I should split it again, just because we have a ton of purple. I'm not even sure where to put it. Like this. You can put it here and then. Okay. You know what? Yeah, let's do it. But hopefully this can be done. finally. Oh my god. Look at this jumbled mess. My god. Oh, okay. Look at our hub. We are 600 pieces away to unlock the quad cutter. Oh, I get it. For the quad cutter, it means that I don't have to do this. Right? Wait, not that. The circle? No. Pinwheel? Um, where is it? Is it this one? No, not that one. Pointed circle, I guess. No. Hmm? There is one shape that requires me to split it into quarter. I don't remember which shape, but it does exist. It's green. It is one of the shape, I guess. Is it this one? Yeah, I think it's one of these shapes. I'm not even sure. So for this shape, right? We need a shuriken. Somewhere that has a lot of shuriken. This one has a shuriken. That one has a shuriken. Okay. It is it producing? Okay, it does. It does produce something. Maybe we can. Okay, we can split this. Was thinking of something. Something. A white pigment. My god, okay. Hmm. You know what? Let's wait for the quad cutter before we even attempt to do this. But I do need a lot of green. Man, can we even do that? Okay, let's maybe bring this to this so that we have ample space for them to produce green shuriken. Yeah, and then we simply bring it to here. Okay, I see. I'm just a little bit confused, that is all. I wonder how to remove this. At least it reducing from 1.7K to 1.2 right now. So that means things are moving much faster than it can store. So that's good. You have white shuriken here. Ooh, we are so close. Okay, let's just be here for a bit. Our most productive shape. Oh. Oh, yes, yes. You have unlocked a variant of the cutter. It allows you to cut shapes into 4 parts instead of 2. Yes. Yes, yes. Okay, just what I needed to do this shape. Now, the problem here is how to do it. I need okay. Somewhere. Okay. Okay. This can produce something. Combine this two color. No. What's the plan here again? Okay, so that's the hub. Okay, I need to have an input. Like that? I'm not even sure. Okay, so the plan here is to create a new line to input this shape into this. Since we are doing our production plant much further away from the hub. Okay. So we need the green one. The green shuriken. Shuriken here, green here. And then converge here. Okay, let's start with the green shuriken because that is the one that is very straightforward. Okay. We need what? Stacking. The green. Wait. The green one is on top of this. So meaning I need to do it like this. Interesting. There anything on the right side that we can do? technically, we can do it on the right here. Just need to find a shuriken shape. Which is gonna be difficult because not a lot of it is on the right side here. Interesting. Not a lot of shuriken. In fact, there's none. Interesting. There's literally nothing. No shuriken at all. But that's okay. We can do this. It's gonna be quite difficult, but we like the challenge here, right? Okay, stacking, right? We need to do like this. Should space out 4 grid or square so that we have ample time to put tubings in between of them. Is 4 enough or should I go with 6? You know what? More is better, right? 2, 4. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I hear a 7th? A 7th? Okay, that's good. Okay, and then just enough shape. Then we need to converge the rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I really don't need this one, huh? Okay. Oh, I didn't realize that the hub shape changed. Double painting? Okay. Okay. That's really good. Double painting. That means what does it mean, huh? So we need a blue pinwheel. Do we have anything? Okay, we do. No, we don't. We don't have any blue pinwheels. Man, we really need to do this, huh? I never did this. Now I'm paying the price. Oh god, okay. You know what? You know what? We do need to do this first. Uh... Man, this ship is really perfect, huh? Oh my god, okay. That's okay, that's okay. We can hijack this line to add more output later. For now, we need to focus on the... This game really challenged my focusing ability. Focus. Focus. That's... interesting. Okay, we do need to paint. Okay, I do need to put it at a diagonal. One, two. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. One, two, three, 4. How many do you guys think I should do? 7? 7. One, two, three, 4. One, two, three, 4. How many is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. One more. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Then this is the most difficult part. Let's arrange stuff. Okay. We have 9 here and 9 here. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 6. Okay, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the top 3 here. No, 4. Interesting. Okay, since the top one here has a lot more, we should do that. Hmm. You know what? Just let's start. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, the final one. Whoops, I can't do that. Hmm. Okay, things are definitely shaping up great. So I need 4 line. So let's have a look here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so if a single line requires 2. For line. Okay. Man, it's so far away. Tunnel. Split. Hello, hello, someone fresh. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. The music is so good. I do agree. That's why I didn't change it into other streaming sound music streaming services because the music is so calming. Have you played this game before? Someone fresh. Or is this the first time you've seen this game? How are you, by the way? How's your weekend? I am trying. We are at level what? I don't even remember. Let's see. We are level 17, level 16, and oh my god. Look at this mess of a of a factory that I made. But yeah, we're just doing just fine. You're about the same spot as me. Ooh, just started. Same. I think this is I've spent like a single stream. I spent like 4 hours in this game, so that's 8 hours total, not including today. So I've been streaming for 2 hours this time. The best part of the game is becoming more efficient. Yes, I know, right? I mean, when I was starting this game, it was so hectic. But now I'm glad I had more tools at my disposal to make it more efficient. Okay, so that one is done. Okay, and then wait. Let's put it here. Oops. Okay, I need something here. Split it here. Okay. Let's Am I able to do this? Okay, that's good. It hits all the right button in your brain. Even just being able to change the extractor was so revolutionary. Yes, yes. That's why I feel so compelled to play this game. I don't know. I always dread playing. I get so overwhelmed by looking at Satisfactory. Satisfactory has the same vibe as this, but I always get overwhelmed by looking at Satisfactory. But surprisingly enough, when I played this game, I didn't get overwhelmed at all. Maybe because of its simplistic UI that makes me really enjoy my experience in this game. Okay, nice. And then we just need to do this too. Ooh, okay. The real challenge here is this. Can I fit? No! Okay. What to do, what to do? I can't fit the tunnel here. You don't know the other game, but yeah, the music too. Even the sound effects are so appropriate. Yes! I mean, I personally haven't played Satisfactory, but from from the from the trailer that I see on Steam, seems like it's not gonna be my cup of tea, and that's why I've never played this kind of games before. But surprisingly enough, I got this game for free on the Epic Game Store. And I thought, why not? It's free. If I don't like it, I don't lose anything, right? But to my surprise, I did enjoy it so much. Surprising enough. I guess that's what they call unexpected development. And that's good. Then we split it here. Put it here. Then here. Okay, nice. The congruency of all the aspects of this game makes it perfect. Yes, I do. You do it. You get you get this game for free. Someone fresh. No way you will be into this, but your friend was like, "You think you will like it? Just download it. It's free right now." Yes, I usually didn't bat an eye at this type of game, so I'm glad. I'm glad that they are able to provide this game for free. Now it's just a matter of time. Oh God. Okay, how to do this? By the way, someone fresh, have you get past um this tier? I'm trying to do this. I'm I spent like what the first 2 hours making this shape, and we are still not even halfway through this. And right now I'm trying to make this, and then I'm trying to make this shape. Man, it's so it's a little bit overwhelming at first, but the way that you can segment the whole stuff into 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 bite-sized pieces makes it doable. Okay. You need to split it here. Yeah, split it that. You know what? No. Gonna do it here, I guess. I'm sure there's a way to do it more elegantly than that, but that's not me. Okay, so that's good. Now just need to do it like this. And there we go. We got the green shuriken going. Okay, so that's good. Okay. It's not so bad. You can break everything down into steps. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Bite-sized pieces. So at this point, one thing you noticed was you're gonna need a whole lot of white circles for multiple shapes. Here's the thing. I have a lot of white circles. Not that. I mean, I had a ton of it. Where is it? I swear I had a lot of white circles. So much so that there's a backlog of it. This one? No, this one. Look at this white circle. My God. Look at this. Even this. I had a ton of it in my storage. And even then, I didn't realize that you need a lot of white circle for stuff, but I'm glad. I'm glad I make it like that. Okay. So now we need to connect all this into this. You have purple pinwheels too? Yeah. I have a ton of it. A ton of it too. Is it this one? Yeah, this one. On top of purple pinwheel, on top of white circle with purple pinwheel in it. Nice, nice. But this is like what? Really, really struggling to produce stuff. Okay, this one I don't think we really need it. Storage. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm gonna change it. Okay, there we go. So the bottom shape is just a matter of stacking purple pinwheels, white circle, then purple pinwheels. Yes. Just look at this mess. Oh gosh. But I did manage to get things moving, so that's all that matters to me. At some point you just have to make do with whatever you can without having to think too much about whether or not things looking all prim and proper. Like this one. At least this one I can start things from scratch, meaning I can control. Okay, so right now I need the green shuriken be on top of those umbrella looking stuff. Right? Yeah, I need this one on top of this. So meaning I need to put it in the right hand of this. Okay. You don't even know how to use the storage. That's okay. You learn how to do it. Or do it like me. When I don't know how to do it, you just plop it into somewhere that you don't even need it and see how it goes. Get some white circles and cut them all up. Yes, I'm trying to do that, but I'm dreading this part. I'm really dreading this part. It is really, really difficult because I need to cut it into like what? 4 pieces, and then I need to paint individually. My god. And you need a whole lot of it too. 25k is is too much, to be honest. I don't even want to mention about this. I don't even want to mention this. It's gonna be a whole lot. We'll break it up into steps. Right, right. Okay. But first thing first, let's set up the green shuriken first, I guess. Because that's the most doable. Okay. Okay, I know this is the wrong way to do it, but okay, that's good. Can I do a tunnel here? Do you think? Oh, can. Okay, that's good. Man, I wish I could really zoom out a little bit more. Okay, so that's good. Just nice. Okay, that's good. Oof, okay. I don't think the tunnel can be. Okay, cannot. Do you think that will work? Not even sure. Don't worry, someone fresh. I don't consider that as backseat. It's just that sometimes I get so overwhelmed, I just have to break it up so that I don't get overwhelmed. You have a longer tunnel pieces. I do? Wait. I thought it's just another type to differentiate between tunnel pieces. I do. Oh my god. I've been doing I've been making myself I've been making I've been torturing myself, I guess. Oh my god. My god. Thank you. Thank you, someone fresh. My god. I've been torturing myself by not doing that. God. I mean, I thought the game didn't convey the message really well. I thought when you said the tunnel, they said it it is only to differentiate between the two. It's like labeling your items. I didn't expect. Oh my god. Whatever. Over it. Okay. Uh Man, I really wish I could zoom out a little bit more. Then I wouldn't have to do it like this. Okay, interesting. Oh shoot. Okay, uh-oh. Uh-oh. I miss something here. Oops. Okay. I misclicked something. There we go. Do I even need tunnel to do it? No, I can just build. You learn something new every day, huh, with this game. I can just build on top of the boxes here. The resource box. Okay. Okay. Hope I'm doing the right thing here. Look at this. Oh my god. I love this. I don't even need tunnel here, huh? But whatever. Okay. Here comes the part where I'm dreading. I'm dreading so much to do this part. I need to find a circle. Okay. Where is the closest circle? I guess I don't even need a circle, huh? I can just cut pieces that have circle pieces on it in it. Yes, I do have a lot of white circle, but it is way over here. Like it's not feasible for me to bring this and no, bring it all the way up here. All the way up here. It's too far away. I guess I do have to start from scratch from somewhere. Ooh, we have a lot of circle up here. Okay. Okay. Mm, what's the plan here? What's the plan? Okay, this quadrant. Okay, I can paint this. No, no, no. Oh my god, it's lagging. Okay. 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 I do need to paint. Where is the best place to put it? Okay, I'm gonna paint this red. Paint it red here. Okay, let's do it like this. My god. Okay. Paint. Do I need to do it like this? Sure, why not? I do need to switch. Oh wait, I don't even need to do this. I can just copy. But before I do that, let's put it red circle quadrant. Okay, so that I know which one I should do. This one, I should just copy. Yeah, I should copy this. I mean, we do have a ton of this, so why not? Why not take advantage of it? Okay, so that I don't have to spend a lot of time figuring out to do. Yeah. Something color from down here. Okay. Control. Can I move stuff? No. Need to cut. 404. Buildings not found. Okay. What you have to do before getting the umbrella. Okay, wait. You are giving me a ton of tips, huh? Make 2 factories, one for the red circle, one for the white circle. Ooh, yes, yes. I will do that. Trust and belief. Start with that. Do you have access to the blueprint yet? What's a blueprint? uh, when you, well, what you have to do before getting the umbrella circle crops, umbrella corp circle. Man, I can't read today. Umbrella corp circle. It's pretty involved. Yes, yes. If I cut, do I, you know what? No, 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 no. Before I do anything, I, okay, let's test out on this little section. Okay, interesting. So I need to put this somewhere here. So let's copy, sorry, not copy, cut. Oh, oh shit, no. No. Oh god, okay. I misclick. I'm such an idiot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So let's. Okay, okay. Single one of this. By the way, someone fresh. What do you mean by blueprint? Access to blueprint? Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't lose it, so that's good. I'm guessing you meant that is the copy paste feature that I see. I'm guessing this is a little bit of an overkill, but I don't want to spend my time redoing all of this. Okay, and then since we can build over quadrants that sorry, not quadrant, stuff that we didn't need, so I should just paste it here. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. Interesting. I don't need this, I guess. Okay, let's figure out how to do this then. Hey, nice, nice, nice. Make the circle. I'm trying. I'm trying someone fresh. Okay. I'm dreading the part of doing this. Oh god. Okay. I should just bite the bullet, huh? Okay, you know what? Fine. Let's do it. Okay. Uh wait. Wait. Let's have a look. Oh my god. Okay, I can do this. Paint everything red first and then we separate it out. Hmm. Yes, I know the music is really good. Okay, here's something that I want to ask. Is it better if I split this into quadrants first, or should I paint it red and then split it into a quadrant? Make everything red first, huh? Okay. Okay. Let's do it then. So let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 7 output, so 1, 2. Okay, let's do it then. 1. God, okay, not tunnel. Okay. Then let's color everything. That's not a circle. I know, but I can just remove the pointed one. That's not a circle, right? Yeah, I only need one of the quadrant. I'm I'm so gonna regret that. I didn't see any circle. Do you guys see any circle? Ah, there is one. My god, it's so far away. Everything is so far away. My god. Okay. The red part and white part are separate. Yes, I do. I was thinking of doing the white quadrant somewhere around. Where is it? Where's the other one that I see? There's one. My god. Okay. Uh now I'm second guessing myself. What? Okay. Okay. Here's the plan. Here's the plan. I'm gonna do this white circle. Okay. Now, as for this part, I'm gonna do extraction. sorry, not extraction, paint everything red, right? And then I am gonna use this one, quadruple cutter, so that each single quadrant of this is cut up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I just had an idea. No, that won't work. You know what? That might work. Actually, I'm gonna cut everything up. You know what? No, no, no. I do agree. Okay, let's break everything up. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. So that means I don't even need to do all this. I just need to separate it into two so that I can do quadrant cutter, and then each of those quadrant, I think I'm gonna need an 8. Okay. Okay. Gonna need another one of this painting station. So let's do it. Because apparently 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's good. Okay, let's see. Split. Let's do a split here. Double split. Triple split. Quadruple split? Not even sure. Yes, you do need to do that, huh? Then we do tunnel. Long tunnel this time. Still not long enough, huh? Okay, that's good. Then we do something here. Okay. Okay, things are definitely moving. So that's good. Now, what about you? Gonna delete everything. Then we gonna need to do an extraction point. Only 2. I only need to do 2 extraction point. So let's do it 1 here and 1 here. Well, the rest can support this dude. Okay. Oh, okay. Oops. Okay. Now that's the right thing. And I need to do a quad cutter here. And another one should be around here. So that the first 4 is gonna go through here. Nice. Nice. Okay, I need to delete this one. Let's put trash here where you belong. Now we need this. We need this. This one needs to change into the top right. So I'm gonna need to change to this. Either way, either one is good. Okay. Now we can do stuff. The wheels are turning. Yes. The wheels are turning in my in my brain. That one whole brain cell is doing its part. Okay, okay. Okay, that's good. Yes. Things are definitely moving right now. This one can go into the trash. I do need to do an anti-clockwise one. Is it this one? Okay. We have the top left quadrant. Yes. Now we have the bottom right quadrant. Okay, so that's good. But I don't think we need this, huh? Okay, okay, that's good, that's good. We need to remove this. And then put a long tunnel here. This one can do its part. Same as usual. Okay, then this should connect to a tunnel. Long tunnel, sorry, short tunnel here. Then Okay, so far so good. Okay, we have 3 of those. Wait, I thought I produced 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, this one is okay, okay. I'm sorry for neglecting you, sir. Um something like this could do the trick. Okay, nice. Now all I need to do is stack the opposite corner piece. Yes. Okay. Things are definitely moving. So I'm definitely happy about this. Okay, and then we need to do the split here twice. And there we go. Things are definitely moving. Yes. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Now, I... Wait, which one is this? Okay, we can combine these two into one line. And then combine it with this. Okay, that's good. That's good. Oh man. Things get complicated real quick, huh? Okay, so wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, things are not in balance, huh? We have like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. So we have 5 of this quadrant. 5 of the top left hand corner quadrant that needs to be changed. This one, I can change this one. Can change it into anti-clockwise. Okay. Wait. Let's see. This one leads to this section. So this section next is gonna be uh the lower right hand quadrant. Lower right. Lower right. Okay. Okay, I can combine these two, huh? Okay. Let's do it like this. I need to sacrifice this section, huh? Okay, let's go. Oh, you gotta go? Okay, thank you for dropping by, Someone Fresh. I really do appreciate you dropping by and for giving me tips. I really do appreciate it. You gotta go make breakfast for your nephews. Thanks for the company this morning. Have a good one. And remember, bite-sized pieces and experiment. Thank you for the tips. I really do appreciate it. Have a nice breakfast, Someone Fresh. Okay, now, here's the plan. Here's the plan. After I finish up this section, after this has been finished, I'm gonna combine this line with this line to make a lower right hand quadrant. Then combine this two quadrant into one, and then combine this to one quadrant. Okay, okay. Oh my god. It's definitely pushing my PC to its limit, huh? Okay. Now that that's finished. Okay, and then delete this. Okay, and then what? That. Wait. Oh, okay. How did you manage to get out? I was wondering what happened. Okay. Now just put combine, and then put this one here. Okay, that's good. Nice. Okay. And then we need to combine this with this. Hmm. So we need to stack, right? Thank goodness there's no preferences for stacking this. Ah, yes. I'm so happy it works. Oh my god. Yes. Nice. I'm really happy. Yes. Oh my god. Look at this jumbled area. Okay, now that that has been done, okay, you know what? You know what? I need this. My God. Okay. Okay, somehow I need to make another quadrant. Hmm. Doesn't seem we have this. Hmm. Okay. Um. I can rotate it once so that this can be pointed here. Yeah, yeah, that sounds like a plan. Then, hmm, interesting, interesting. Okay, I know what to do. Let's mark it white circle heart. So that we can make white. We can make it white here and then push it here. Yeah, we can do that. But in order to do that, let's okay. Seems like a good place to do color mixing. So let's do red and blue. Red and blue here a lot. And then the resultant will be mixed with green here a whole lot. Okay, that sounds like a good plan. This is gonna be purple and then this is gonna be white. And then this is gonna be ooh, I do need to oof. Okay. What to do, what to do. I do have this. A whole new whole oh wait, we do have circle here. Oh my god. Okay, so that makes things easier. It's a little bit further out. We also have this. My god. I think it's better if I use circle, right? I don't have to delete anything. So that means I can use a whole lot of it. Okay. Circle, white, circle. Nice. Okay. Okay. What's the plan here? Okay, I can mix just a whole lot of things that I can mix down here. I can mix the blue and green here, then mix with the red here, and then ooh, okay, sounds like a good idea. Let's do it then. Okay, let's go. Man, I really have to zoom in really close, huh? My God. One, two, three, four. Two, three, four. Okay, that's good. So I have like what, 8 here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need to make 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. One, okay. Okay, let's go. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now we just need to create a line for each single one of this. Easier said than done. Okay, nice. Same goes here. Okay, after we set this up, I think I'm gonna call it a day. I've been playing this for like what? Almost 4 hours now. Been live for 3 hours and 42 minutes already. My God. Time really does fly. Hey, that's good. That's good. Why did I do it like this? I'm not even sure. Okay, whatever. Let's. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Then what? Then rotate. Okay. Yes. Apparently that works. Okay. Hmm. Okay, that looks great right now. Okay. Oh, I can just simply repeat this whole lot, right? That means I can just do this. And copy. And then what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now I just need to repeat this. Oops. Okay. Oops, 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 oops. I'm a little bit confused here. Okay. Let's focus a little bit. Come on, you can do this, Riri. Come on. Hey, okay. That works. A little bit confusing, but it works out. Oh my god. Oops, my PC is definitely not strong enough to do even this, let alone play games, intensive game like No Man's Sky, huh? It's nice to see this. Oh my god, look at it. Look at it. I'm so satisfied with it. Now all I need to do is okay. Okay. Let's bring it up to here. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. And let's see how far things are gonna get. Okay, it, it's definitely long. Okay, then copy. Okay, nice. Apparently not nice enough, but close enough. Okay, now we just need to do the painting station. Painting station, do that. I need to stagger it and boxes. 2 boxes should be enough. Wait, how much did I make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gonna be a whole lot more, huh? Man, it's really long, huh? Okay, okay. Can do the final 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4, okay. 1, One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. Okay, do it like this. One, two, three, four. Okay, things are definitely coming together. Now, okay. Oh, okay. And delete that. Now all I need to do is combine, huh? That's gonna be quite a challenge. Okay, so this is gonna be a bottleneck for me. You know what? You know what? I am gonna do this. Let's do storage. Let's do as much storage as possible, especially at the place where there's a bottlenecking happening. So that whenever I'm ready to do stuff, things will flow much more quicker. Oh man, okay. It's already past my setup time. Okay, I'm just gonna need to bring the white circle here, and then we do the stacking here. Right, right. That's the right stuff. This is gonna be the green pinwheel, so green pinwheel. Okay, so that's good. Now I just have to do the tunnel in the opposite way. I, if I understand this correctly. Oh, interesting. Oops. Does it even work? Come on, please tell me it works. Does flow. Oh, doesn't come out of here. Interesting. So where does it... Hello? Uh-oh. Is the game... Is the game bugged? Wait, I really don't understand. Okay, so that works. But why doesn't it come out of here? Oh, I don't... Sorry. Okay. we should have a lot right now. You need a quadrant cutter. Fine. Yeah, I need it to be, this one is okay. Okay, from this I can infer that I need this one and this one. So we need it to be, which one? No, I need this. This can be anti-clockwise. What about this one? Then we need to do some stacking. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh my god. That seems to work. Okay, now that we have the storage box for it, now we just have to wait. Okay, okay, okay. Uh, what else? What else can I do? And we can create a long line, stretch it out to here. Okay, you know what? Let's do that. A really long conveyor belt, huh? Interesting. You'll only have 1.5k of this, huh? Interesting. But still, progress is progress. Okay. Now we just have to select everything here. Dang, it's a very long line, huh? Hey, okay, it works. Nice, okay. So this is the green pinwheel. I need to do stacking, huh? Okay, Okay. Man, this is really intense. Now I need to bring this down. Easier said than done, but gonna try anyway. Okay, first thing first, I need to make a tunnel system. Oops. Okay. Come on. Can do this. My god, it's so finicky. It's not working. Okay, that works. My god, I get a new upgrade? Finally! Okay, first thing first, I need to do this. Then one more. Okay. Things are definitely shaping up to be good. By the way, what? Oh, oh! Finally, okay, thank goodness. Oh god, okay. God. Ah! Oh man, oh man, oh man. Just look at this monstrosity. We need a white circle stack on top of purple pinwheel, stack on top of a white circle, stack on top of a purple pinwheel. Whew. Dang, that's gonna be hard, huh? Okay, you know what? That's that's gonna be the goal for next week. Because right now we are already at full capacity. Okay. I just need to set up this. Okay. How do I want to do this? Okay. Let's bring it down here. Yeah, let's bring it down here. Oof, okay. Uh okay, first thing first, storage. Always put a storage. So that things can do things can still be in production while we are focusing on doing other stuff. Especially in this area. We need a system of tunnels, right? We have 8. I need to stagger it 7 times. 7 blocks. One, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do 8 for safety reason. Okay, okay, okay. Oh my God, okay. Uh, uh, okay. Let's, um, let's take this one. We have two each. One, two, three, four. Okay, so there's eight. Okay, let's see if this works or not. It's gonna be easier if we can rectify the problem. Does it work? It works. Okay, God. Thank you, God. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Now we just have to repeat. Let's do the split here. Maybe I can improve on this design. But for now, should this should shit? No. What a potty mouth I am. I am a little bit tired, to be honest. Uh, Wait, wait. One, two, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. And why? Oh, I don't even need eight. I only need seven. Right? One, two, four, five, six, seven. Yes, I forgot. I forgot all about that. Oh god, okay. You know what? Since this is a bottleneck area, why shouldn't I do this? Oh my god. Everything is wrong. My god, no. Okay, now. Okay, this one is not working. The storage box is not working, so I'm gonna need to do this. This one can stay. In fact, I'm gonna do this. Okay, so that we can have some even distribution. I'm gonna do that. Okay, okay. Oh my god, look at how many of them. Yes, yes. And look at our efficient, efficient. Yes, yes, look at this. Look at this. I feel so proud of myself. At first, I was overwhelmed by everything, but at the end of the day, we managed to do it. Yes. Okay, so what's the point of this? What? Whatever. Um, yeah, things are looking up. These are definitely moving. So yeah, the stacking is part of the uh bottleneck, I have to say. But now that we have tier 5 mixing and painting and tier 5 in belts. Ooh, and we only need to do this in order to upgrade. Wait. Let's have a look at our hub. Hmm. Okay. You know what? And do. I need this, right? Yes, I do need this. Then we merge. Yes. Oh my god, yes. Feel so happy. Okay, that will definitely help us. So yeah, that's it. That's it for me for today. I've been streaming for 5 hours. Oh god. Okay, this game is definitely a time sink. Look at how slow it makes my computer. My god. I can't believe that this has finally become a bottleneck. Interesting. Now the problem is the stacking, huh? That is a problem for the future me to handle. But for now, I am gonna sign off. Sign off for today. Thank you so much for watching. I want to say special thank you to someone fresh for giving me such helpful tips. And there are certain things that I didn't realize that I can even do. Most probably because I was too distracted. But yeah, thank you, someone fresh, for giving me such awesome tips. And also, special thank you to Chris the Terrarian for dropping by the stream. And also, as usual, thank you to Vigor450 for dropping by and be my consistent viewer. I really do appreciate it. And thank you for the tier list that you made about indie games. There are a few indie games that I've never even heard about, and I will most definitely would like to play it soon in the future. But for now, I have to bid adieu to everyone. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope to see you all in the next stream. Goodbye. Also, um, after this, I'm gonna leave this program on for a bit because I want to at least do some of this grinding off stream. Uh, so yeah, I'm gonna do just that. So do not be alarmed if I manage to do at least this and this by the start of next stream. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you all next time. Goodbye.